Hello. Alright, we are going to go to Abby's house and Zena. Let's see. Abby lives there and Zena lives there. Zena is in purple because she's Aiden's sister. So let's go to Abby first. And she is a dog lover. And her husband, Akira, is a dog lover and is family oriented. And Manuel is fussy because he's a werewolf. And Mingo is your little puppy. Okay. So I think Manuel is at the daycare. Is at daddy daycare. Okay. Oh, oh yeah, we just moved into this house, so we don't have anything set up. So, everybody shows up on the side of the house. Okay, so okay, so from knowing before, first thing I want to do is go to her and make sure she has a family trait. which she doesn't. She doesn't have the observant trait either. Okay, so I want to know if he's a little werewolf. We don't really know yet. He's destructive. Okay. We give him a family tree and observant. Okay. He's lunar confident. He's got nice traits. Okay, so got a tree. This trees. You want him to be observant. I was there and then I backed up too much. There it is. Okay, so we basically have to go off his skills to give him something to do. Yeah. Okay, so let's go here. Sorry, I was distracted for a second. Okay, so he likes to sing. He likes video games and cooking. Those are the ones that he's done. So let's make him a karaoke lover. Gameplay. JK. Kindness. Oh, mm, he likes video games. Maybe it's in the personality. Mm, make him a dancer and a singer. Mm, there it is. Reiki lover, aspiration. Okay. Let's go backwards. It's easier. Mm, So we want him to be like musically gifted. So that's what I'm looking for. That's savant. Refined. He's refined. That's funny. Good to know it's a trait, though. Okay. So you got refined, reborn, public menace, bribe cider, question. Shellacker. Bushmaster. Player, plant lover. Plant. I said Piper. That's a good one. She likes to sing. Physically gifted. Patriarch. Acting. Okay, so we want to remove a trait. What we want to move is we don't want him getting grumpy and ever since the beast awakened, doubts about societal norms have begun to stir. This time now rejects daily crime and will it gain extra fury if forced to partake in this endless crushing rat race. Okay, um, we don't want him to be a karaoke lover because I think I did it again. These are his likes and dislikes. Dance machine is a duck liver. Installation, gameplay. Okay, so let's go in and add a trait and find some music ones. Active, activist, adventurous, all-rounder, ambitious, angler, animal enthusiast, animal lover, art lover, artist, assertive, author, barbecue lover, baby daddy, bar drinker, Barbie girl, beach lover, beauty lover, bookworm, born salesman, boxer, brave, bro, candy lover, cat lover, charming, can make him charming, cheeky, cheerful, chess lover, child of the islands, child of the ocean, child of the village, childish, clumsy, copy lover, computer whiz, creative, cringe, DJ. Some might make him a DJ. Diva, there's no job for that though. Okay. Diva, dramatic, early bird, erratic, faithful, farmer, flirty, foodie, free-spirited, freaking funny, gadget geek, gamer. Can make him a gamer, right? Okay, gamer. Geek, generous, genius, trilogy lover, early growth, goofball, grandparent, green thumb, hacker, handy health matter, bliss, honey, soups or hot-headed, insider. So I think I'm gonna make her a housewife and have her like love to paint or something so that she'll do it autonomously without me telling her to. Intellectual. Loves children. Loves this lyricist. Okay, that's about all I can do. So that's for him. Oh, no, I can't, can I? Whoopsie. Okay. Ugh, ugh, hate that. Okay, Abby. Hi, Abby. Okay, so let's go add some traits. And I am going to make her, um, okay, I'm gonna make her an artist and give her a, um, art easel. Um, we want to make her a housewife so that she stays at home with her son. Just do that. And let's make her vegan. Never have vegan subs. So why not? Is that all of my traits? Can I add any more? Oh, I can add something. How about um, family oriented or overprotective? Yeah, she is level 1 on everything so far. Imagination. And I gave him family member, and I'm sure likes to be carried, wanderer, fussy. Bellflower. He should be a werewolf because his dad's a werewolf and his mom is a werewolf vampire hybrid. So, let's see. Do we have an art easel in the garage? Yes, we do. So let's make her thing. Sheets, info, skills. Is it? It's not artist, it's painter, right? So painting and parenting level 10. And uh, he is a singer. So let's make him cheat invoice and choose PQRS. Singing. I don't think there's anything else he needs to video camming, maybe? Parenting. Dan- dancing. Charisma. Let's do 5 since it'll be like right middle. And then do dancing and singing level 10. Since those have to do with what I said in to do as his code. Um, oh, I think I gotta get in my career first. Join the career. Okay, he's going to be an entertainer. And then I am going to promote him so he can be a singer instead of a comedian. She's a musician. Piano and guitar. Whoa. Piano and guitar. Cheeks and I don't think he has it in the guitar. So he'll get promoted on his own. Okay. They do have a garage though. So instead of this just being her stuff, let's go to the skills, music. Um, they have a keyboard. There's a guitar. Which one do we want? Yeah. Keyboard. Okay. All set. Okay, we want to go up here. Well, he does have a room. But I am going to change it. Woo. Okay, we need a toddler bed. We have a rug, which is too big for the room. Okay. Let's keep that. Let's sell that. Where's the dresser? Dang it. That has to go in one of the corners. Uh, okay. Nice. I want to change that, but I don't think they have a werewolf, which is crazy to me. They have a vampire, like a bat, like a bear bat vampire. They have a unicorn. Is there anything that's close to being a wolf? Let's do this. There's toys with it. We'll put that up on my dresser. Dog. I think there's a dog one. That is so cute. There's a dog. Wait, what is that? Oh, that's a fox. It's still. Let's go up higher. Because I think this is small. What's the difference between the small and the large? There's not a difference. Look at that. There's not a difference. Man, we give the doggy some treats. Is that just environment that they actually can't interact with? Okay. Do they have a backyard? Yeah, they have a backyard. Man, I hate when I grab it and Ew. Oh, the back porch is right there. Okay, there we go. That'll work. We need a doggy door. Bye. I saw a little dog door. Okay. I took away their bookshelf. No, there's bookshelves right there. Why did they need it then? That just did not make sense. Okay, got it all done. Okay, you, sweetheart, you're hungry.
Sari.
Why are you up here? When you go to work in 11 hours, so you eat, but finish it. Um, go to the garage
Flawless Yabba.
and
Yipsy. Fadish.
jam. He's got to go to work in 8 hours.
Sport.
Put the baby to bed. Make sure this is toddler locked. Oh no, wait. Unlock and lock for individual. Let's lock it for toddlers. Whoa, baby, that scared me.
Boom! Give it to me.
That scared me. He was fixing to head out the front door. So let's apply baby clipping. Okay. Oh no, you want it just come out. So he can like sleep really quickly.
Whipney! Axum! Warby.
Okay, so we went for join the club today. And no, she's not Gen 9. She's not Gen 8. She's this club is full. So, you know, I gotta go to her cousin. It's too much. So bad. Anyway, I don't like this. I'm gonna give him this one to the house. But this one is actually a food and water bowl.
Oh.
Look at you something to eat already.
Janif Barza. Sabadurai.
Flanu.
Should I give her the clean trait? Let me give her the clean trait. So that she automatically cleans. Ugh, the habits.
Boy.
I have to remove something. Seriously? Because it's not clean. I'm so stupid. It's neat. There it is.
Smavadish.
Flanu. Flanu.
Benkoya.
Lorraine Panorf.
Okay, so your hubby's about to go to work. uh, give him a hug.
Quam.
Needs
And a kiss
Injafibna.
Chubo.
while you go upstairs, go lay down, take a nap. Say goodbye to your hubby. He's gotta go to work.
Zabora. Wesabu. Oh.
So
Bajelja.
get to sleep.
Lord.
The dog doesn't feel well. Wait, what? Oh no. Oh, I don't want him to have another kid. I will just save it and go see Zena. Wow. Okay, well, I'm saving it. I need to. Uh, I was writing like a little story about them so that I know what to write when I go to upload the bottom. I can't believe that I can't believe that I have gotten behind on all of my YouTube videos like for like 2 weeks. I usually well, it's because I've been playing Sims so much. Because I usually have a pattern. So, okay. One of the things I gotta do today is get my pictures off of Facebook because I realized that I just have my flying pictures from the zoo, and I have a lot of pictures from the zoo and from the science museum too. And that I want to get off of that. So I definitely want to get those on my backup drive. Okay. Look, I'm gonna go to Zena. And she's musical. And he's a market magnet. He wants to run a food stall. And he's just social and musical.
easel.
E-F. Yeah. And then she needs observance. Use that word. And she didn't have the payment trait, so I very seriously doubt AEF observance. Hey, how you doing? I haven't seen you in a long time. I've been okay, hanging in there. How are you? It's so good to see you. That's good. Glad you're doing okay. We are fixing up our family. She is Zena. Okay, just saw her brother walk by. Is there he is. Zena is Aiden's sister. So we were at Zena's house fixing up her house for her and her husband and their son. I think this is the summer. Yeah. I was like, either that's a garage or something, but yeah, summer. Let's purchase some seeds, garlic, and herbs. How is your weekend going? Oh, your weekend went bit busy. Yeah, you're in yeah, I don't want to sound like I'm like oblivious. You're from another country though, right? You're like on a different timeline than me. She's late for work. Where does she work? She's a musician. Yes. Well, I guess he skipped school. I told him to go to school. It's past midnight for you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I don't want to sound rude. I talk to a lot of people, and one thing I can tell you is that, like, most of my friends that I consider actually my friends because I talked to them and interacted with them enough, they're all from, like, over by New Zealand and Australia and stuff. Like, they're, like, I know, Crows is from Malaysia. I'm almost positive. He's from one of the Asian countries. That's horrible. But everybody else is on a different timeline than me. It, I've only got a select, like a handful of people that are like actually in America that, like are, I just gotta think about their timing, like an hour ahead or an hour behind, whatever. Yeah. It's a common thing when you like know people from Twitch and Discord, right? It's awesome though. I love it. I know people from all over the world. He's supposed to be at school. No, she's at work. Work hard here. Okay, so what do we do with him? Sink tight kitchen. Okay, he's all good on his needs. I think that has food in it. Set up every 3 hours. I can sit on that. Should I make him read a book? Yeah, it's so cool, right? Due to streaming and stuff, we are able to meet people we normally wouldn't. Yes, definitely. There's definitely the like high perk of like being online. Is like you said, especially streaming. When you stream and you have like a community and like a group of people, like like I met everybody in Ray in the Cities server is where I started, and then like started streaming more myself. I was a streamer, but I didn't like have it in my head at all whatsoever that anybody gave a crap to watch me stream. So it was Krappa who like encouraged me to do it more. And then I was like, well, I need my own server because someone I was hanging out with, he like deleted his server out of, one of his moods. And I'm like, I need my own server and I can like invite everybody in that, would want to hang out with me in VC that I want to spend time with. And, then like met people from would join a server, meet people there, play games with people, meet people there, and being on Twitch and following people and going into their stream to see what they do and, just want to hang out and be entertained. And it just rolls. And it's amazing. It's absolutely, I love it. Okay, he came home. He's playing video games.
Thanks.
Surprise! Inception. Um, he's like, what does he do? He is botanist. Oh, he likes plants. We should get him to come down here and plant the. Maybe that's what I liked about this house. It has a sunroom. Where's where's the plants? There it is. Okay.
Bobby.
Hey, who are you? Marina.
Voya? Ah,
Aunt Marina.
Bobo. Huh.
Ah, it's so slow.
Gibbs.
Out of all, I think,
Huh.
unknown crows, the oldest, and I know you and Kat and Zod and Quella and Kaylee. Yeah,
Hansa.
it's awesome. And of course, Kruppa. He's my best friend. I think out of all the people that you listed, Kruppa is the one that I've known like almost 5 years, which is when I joined Discord. Oh look, I had him adopted kitty. I didn't remember.
From Karamusti.
Mr. Kruppa.
Shizzle Tombra.
He's awesome. He
Shunaka
is
Arbe.
genuinely
Requires
one
Ra.
of the
Wakeda.
best people
Akrapwanua.
I think I've ever known.
Aliva.
He's just
Chobacho. Quips drift
amazing.
swing. And hey.
And
Goonies.
I just
Kelsey.
I really would not
Watanabe
know
Scansis.
where I
Tobaba
would be
Yen.
or what I would do if
Liara
I didn't
Inazu.
know him and I didn't
Kisa.
and he wasn't my best friend. He
Uh-oh.
wasn't in my life.
Mustish. Aragaba.
Oh.
Safawi.
Oh.
Yeah,
Komorechi.
he's real.
Sulu.
He's he
Omne.
we have had some
Bosa.
really deep talks. And the one
Hey.
thing that like
Ish.
seems to be like really important to
Filobero.
both of us
Uh-huh.
is
Arg.
that you don't play head games and you
Kissadar
don't lie
Waterflash.
and you don't
Ref C.
tell someone that
One
you're going to
trip.
do something
Waterflash.
when you
Liara
genuinely
Inazu.
don't know if you can
Kisa.
actually do it.
Kemba,
Because
please?
what that
Huh?
does is make
Panandaigula.
expectations with
From
people
Smazy.
that you're going to show up or
Zarsharji.
that you're going to do something. And then
Tay
when it
baby.
doesn't happen,
Fadoy
it
befala yadi.
really honestly
Ashkawa.
breaks someone's heart that, like they
White pit.
can't take your word for
Manji
something
Noba.
Oh.
or that they
Baba Yaro.
trusted you to do something to help them
Ah,
out
Kissanoi
or
Marfesh.
they made plans
Regenzo
wrapped
Samish.
around what
Grash.
you say that you're going to do.
Milloy
Like if you're going
Sawata.
to
Rissel
visit or you're
Kumba.
going to meet them somewhere
Vobel
or you're
Zobi.
going to call
Pip from
things
the
like
zoo.
that.
Neep.
So
Zobi.
it hurts.
Vabo.
It, it
Sycophant.
even if you say, "Oh, yeah,
Ratzel.
whatever,"
Robohina.
no, it
Rasha
does
Fwibs.
break something in
Gorva.
you that has to do with how
Pommy
you feel
Defween.
about that
Nice.
person, and so it's
Aragaba
you
Yamfu.
know it can be a big deal. And me, I know I'm like really sensitive
Mustish.
to it.
Aragaba. Safawi.
So it's like just, don't say that you're gonna do something and then 6 months from now I realize that you hadn't done anything because it'll affect how I feel. And, just, don't make promises to me. Say you'll try. Don't say you'll do it. And if you're not going to. So when I say that, he's actually one of the only people that I'm like so close to and I've bonded with so much that has never lied to me or made a promise that he broke because he doesn't make promises. He tells me that he tries, I'll try to, be around and come see you when you stream, things like that. And so I have no reason to this day, I have no reason not to trust him or not to take his word as gold because he hasn't shown me that I have no reason to doubt him. He's amazing. He's wonderful. I absolutely love and adore him. And people need to take a lesson from that. But that is why he is so liked and so respected. It's hard to find that now. A lot of people will say they're going to do something and they don't do it. And like I said, it affects how you feel about someone. And, being able to trust someone, take their word for things. And mind games. Oh my goodness, the mind games. I am I'm single. I'm a single woman in America. I don't know if I say anything more with you. I don't know if you know if you know how harsh it is, like trying to find someone to date or be around and develop a relationship. But as a single woman, it is like excruciatingly painful. Of course, you know, if a man wants to talk about his dating experiences and what he goes through, I can totally believe it. I'm a woman and I know women,
Varner's a tour.
so I know how crazy women can be. But but guys seem to take it as a compliment if a woman looks him up and down and makes, inappropriate comments. Yeah, yeah. It's very hard to trust people. Not not all women like those, like sleazy, inappropriate comments. And it like shuts you off when someone like does that and they don't even know you. And guys think it's a compliment. Well, some guys. And so that's all you get. That like I couldn't even have a friend. I had a neighbor who's my friend. I met him at church. I know his wife. I babysat his kids because they were like special needs. So, and they like, clung to me. They really took to me. So they were like, "You're the only one that's really good with our kids. Will you be our babysitter when we have things that we have to do on the weekends?" Because she was a school teacher and, she would be involved in things at school. So sometimes she had to be gone, like all day on Saturday. And her husband was, taking jobs here and there, and he found a job where he could do some like construction work. And he was like, "Well, I got to work on Saturday." And so that's when they asked me if I would start babysitting for them. And then it became like he could, pick up a job anytime he could, get one, come across one because I would babysit for him. And so it was great, and she was amazing. I remember um she took me to Walmart and bought me some hair dye, and then we went back to her house, and this was just like a weekend, like not when I was babysitting, just hanging out, doing girl stuff. And she bought me some hair dye and then took me back to her house and dyed my hair. And she was like, "I miss doing this when I was a teenager. We used to have summer parties and we would do each other's hair and makeup and nails." And so I felt like I was like making a friend and, bonding with someone. And I loved having my hair done. And she loved doing my hair, so it worked out perfect. And I was still legally married. I left and was, getting divorced, but I was still legally married. And my husband died before the divorce was final. And boy, howdy, it didn't take very long for this man to go from being my friend, my neighbor, and someone that I truly honestly thought that really liked just being around me, to him flirting with me and like wanting to, like grope me. And like, so he waited until I was single. And I'm like, I feel weird. I feel strange. I know your wife. I babysit your kids. And he's like, my wife's cool with it. She says, as long as I don't go past a certain line, she's not jealous. And I'm like, oh Lord, have mercy. I didn't like it. It took me to like put my foot down and be aggressive about it to get it through to him that that is not something that I was comfortable with. Like, I did not know him. I was not dating him. Well, I didn't know him in the sense of like knowing him as a man. I knew him as the husband in a family that I was getting close to. And so I didn't look at him in that way to get to know him, to like become attracted to him. And I just, it was, oh, he finally moved. She filed for divorce and he moved back to Utah where his family was from. And his parents actually had moved here because he came to visit me where when I moved here because he worked down the street he worked at a school. So when he was on break, he came over here to say hi to me. And if we have, we had games downstairs, so he'd come out and he'd come over and hang out with me down in the activity room while I was playing games with some of the ladies down there. And so he was just hanging out with me and getting to know me as a friend. And his wife decided she wasn't happy anymore. So he when he came here, he liked it here. I was telling him about it because I live with my mom. She's like 75. So it's like a 55 plus apartment complex. And, the rent is discounted if you're on a fixed income. There's activities, stuff like that. So he was like, oh, well, my parents want to move here because my sister and I both live in Texas. And she'd be a drive away and I'd be right here in the city. And so his parents moved here, and lo and behold, as crazy as it is, they ended up being my next door neighbor. Because my neighbor, when I had moved in here, my next door neighbor had moved out like a couple of months later. I heard them banging and fixing up the apartment next door. It never even dawned on me. Like, I never connected it. Oh, the apartment next door is empty. And then when he told me that his parents got in and that they were going to be moving down here, like I think like the next weekend or like at the beginning of the month, he I was like, oh really? What building did they get into? And he's like, I think I'm in building six, like building six. And I'm like, oh cool, that's the building where I live. So they're like just, in the hallway. And then he told me the apartment number, and I'm like, no freaking way. They live next door to me. It was crazy, but he was, he'd like come over and stay with his parents when he had time. And so he was always next door. So he'd take me to Walmart and stuff. But I got to the point where I would cry because it would either be ask him to take me to Walmart because I can't drive, or, like mentally go through all kinds of crap because I need to be able to buy something, and you have to spend a certain amount to get it delivered. But I only had $10, and I tried so hard. I did. I tried so hard to like give him chances just to be nice. And he never stopped. I I told him I have someone that like I told him what I was up to. So and he told me it was okay. So I told the guy that, like, well, I've been talking to somebody and we've mentioned getting married. And so I think I'm just gonna like consider myself off the market and concentrate on developing a relationship with him. And it backed him off, but he did say something to me. He's like, well, um he's like, da da da, one last time before you consider yourself married. And I'm like, I'm like, I'm not comfortable. So, yeah, he his parents didn't want to be here anymore if he wasn't here in the city. So they moved their stuff back to their home state because they put their house up for sale and it didn't sell. So they still had their house. So they decided to move back there, and then he moved there with them. And so they just like paid their rent here until their lease ran out, and then told them that they weren't going to renew it. So that's why he's not around. But it's also like I really liked him. He was really nice. Why did he have to have the creep factor? He was a really nice person, easy to talk to, easy to be around and stuff. But he would not get past the being sexually attracted to me and trying to come on to me and thinking that it was funny and okay to make sexual comments. I was so uncomfortable with that. But yeah, that's my nightmare. And then another, like, I moved here, and I was playing bingo downstairs. I would When I first moved here, I hung out and played all the games and activities and stuff down in the activity room. And this older guy who's like 70, he was, charmed by me, and he sat next to me at our table and then wanted to talk to me when the game was over. So we sat out on the bench by the pool, and we were talking and doing the whole like get to know someone thing, like asking questions and telling things. And he showed me like pictures on his phone of his family, stuff like that. It was 4th of July weekend, which Independence Day. So I know, like, you call it Independence Day because other countries have those days too. um so it was Independence Day, and there was I live by the sports arenas, and so there was fireworks, and we heard them, and we could see them just a little bit. And so we decided to go into the hall and go around. There's like window openings. They're not windows, they're just like openings. And we were wandering around and trying to find them, and we found them when we were like watching the fireworks. And he decided to kiss me, and I kind of, like pulled back, and he was more aggressive and kissed me more. And I got to the point where I had to take my hand and literally put it on his chest and push him off of me. I had only known him maybe 2 hours. Then he's like, well, what are you going to do tomorrow? And I'm like, well, Sunday is the day that I go do laundry. So I'm going to be doing my laundry all day down in the laundry room. You can come and, hang out with me at the bench in front of the laundry room if you want. And he's like, I got a washer and dryer. You can come to my apartment and do your laundry. And I knew what that was code for. So the men here are so freaking aggressive and they're so like over the top sexual. Like they don't even give you a chance to like learn to like know them and learn things about them and be attracted to them. And I mean, because there's like physical attraction where you're like, hot damn. But then there's like being attracted to someone where you like want to get to know them and be attracted to them about everything, not just, looking at them. And that that's what I'm like. I'm like, I can be attracted to someone and think they're cute, but I think people are, they can be jerks and they can be abusive and they can, be evil. So you need to get to know someone because I'm not going to make a mistake, you know, thinking with my eyeballs and end up in a bad relationship and a bad situation. And so it's kind of like, either learn to be my friend and get to know me and hang out with me, and I know that I can laugh and have fun and let my walls down, or get the hell away from me. My friends, see, you're one of my friends. My friends get to know me. They spend time with me. I know I can relax around them because I know they're not like playing up and lying and putting on a mask to make me think they're one thing when they're another. And that's what I want from someone that I date. And I can't find it. It's just I want someone to hang out with and go places with and date and it not be about trying to impress someone because you need to be yourself. You really need to be able to be yourself. And that way you genuinely know that you want to spend time with someone and spend your time and effort into and energy into forming a bond and a relationship with someone, because the worst feeling in the world is thinking that someone is this wonderful person that you're falling in love with, and 6 months later they turn into a monster because they got you where they want you, and you're like, you know, tied to them. So it's not easy to leave, and it's going to hurt worse to leave and be without them than it is being able to just like momentarily forget, and you end up in a very toxic relationship because you're either forgetting because you just want to smile and laugh and be, or you're upset and crying because they know how to push your buttons and gaslight you and make you feel like you're the problem when it's them. And so I'm very grateful to my friends, especially Karepa, because my friends have allowed me to realize that I'm not the freaking problem. I genuinely do not know what I'm like just dating someone. and forming a relationship with someone who I want to be in like that kind of relationship with, because I wasn't able to like mentally do that when I was younger. And I got into a relationship when I was 17 and ended up marrying him. And so to, know the things that I need to work on as a girlfriend, I don't, because there's things that I've been told and blamed for and everything that I don't see how I was the problem. That I need maturity so you can actually talk about things, not start fights, yell at each other, and blame each other and guilt each other for things. Which I don't. I tell someone how I feel, but I try really hard not to like make someone a monster and evil because they behave a certain way or do a certain thing. It's like, why do you treat me that way? Or, you know, you need to think about what's, going on in your head, kind of thing. Like I might get analytical, but I don't think that people are just monsters and abusive without there being something behind it that made them that way. Like it's a reaction to being insecure or being abused themselves. Or there's definitely you're not controlling and blaming, demeaning. You're not controlling and demeaning and things like that unless there's a reason why you feel the need to basically destroy somebody mentally and destroy their confidence because you're jealous or insecure. So I'm curious. I'm curious what a healthy relationship is like. And, you know, therapy is a must. I will not have anything to do with anybody that doesn't think that therapy as a couple is something that you do, whether you're having problems or not. It keeps you, like a couples retreat kind of thing. It keeps you like grateful for someone and seeing the best in someone and being like, oh, damn, I'm so lucky to have them. They're so amazing. So, like, you tend to forget those things when you're deeper in a relationship, and it really keeps you grounded. So, okay. Well, she has a music. She went to work. I'm sitting here talking, not playing. Okay, she has the guitars. Let's see, get the guitar. Oh, it was the other house that had a guitar. This is just, this is just her, like her closet area. Hey, I didn't realize this. It changed her traits. Okay, you know what? Let's make her quit her job. I got a idea. Let's make her quit her job. Quit job.
Sheshere. Binkapa Baru. Halabriv.
Bye.
Yabs.
She's on level 5, yeah. But your job here. Okay, where's your extra room that I just saw? Okay, go here, go here. Plan outfits. You, she's a, oh no. Okay, anyway, there's a job she can do that she'll be like a style influencer or a fashion designer. Says yes, my view on relationship is that no two people are made for each other. Over time, we mold according to each other. Yep. Appreciating your significant other is nice, but love according to me is a decision to with your partner, even though to be with your partner, even though you may meet people who are better, but you will still choose to be with them because you cherish what you
Nice,
both share.
Kuno.
That is love or a relationship. Exactly. And that's why like our grandparents were able to be married until they died. And people now are too quick to be like, oh, I found something that's more entertaining. So sign the divorce papers. So yeah, it's too easy. And for the long term, you need to really get to know somebody
Huh.
and be able to trust them and be able to like be in that comfort zone where you don't want to leave. And because no matter, like, you can be like best friends with the person that you decide to spend your life with. And even if you think someone is attractive, across the road, you're not going to go across the road because that person doesn't appeal to you to have that comfort and that place like the person that you chose to be with. And it is a choice. It's not something that just happens. It is an actual choice. But it is actually a choice to stay with someone and be
Huh.
faithful to them and be loyal to them. And I can think someone is attractive, but not in
Huh.
the way of like looking at somebody and like, you know, I don't know how to say it. And someone would be like, oh, who's your movie star crush? And I'm like, I don't know. Because I see the appeal in someone, the character, and how their character is attractive, and
Hmm.
how they're I think actors should be judged on their acting and how well they portray their characters in a movie and how talented they are. But so I really don't understand the whole girls sticking their tongue out and, salivating over Tom Cruise or Brad Pitt or, um, like, see, I don't even know their names. Jake Gyllenhaal is someone that comes to mind. But, the heartthrobs, the actors, and, there's actresses, and they're like absolutely gorgeous.
Ooh.
But it's like, you're attracted to them because of the energy they give out, and there's a way that you like watching their films because there's just a different energy about them. than, maybe somebody else. But my favorite actor is Johnny Depp. My daughter's favorite actor, she loves Johnny Depp. She loves Ryan Reynolds. And I like Ryan Reynolds, but I think as far as like the whole energy and the way he talks and his body language and him being able to be characters and be able to play them well, my favorite actor is Johnny Depp. And it's never, I've never liked him because he was, oh my God, he's so cute. It was just, his, I think his energy and his, the way that you like watching him on screen. He was on TV or in a movie or something. He's got that thing. That's why he's an actor. It's hard to describe. It's all complicated, isn't it? I went out with someone, actually dated someone after the whole 4th of July incident, and he was gaslighting the hell out of me. So I was like, no, I'm not. I was fine going on a date, but then he turned it into wanting me to be around in a year. Like, next month, next week, next month, next year kind of thing.
Reginald.
And I wasn't thinking that far ahead because I hadn't been like single for very long. And so the whole like actually dating someone physically was like a whole new thing for me. I had to wrap my brain around it. And I didn't like the way he treated me. And then he tried to say that I wrote, like, I had a profile on a website explaining that I wanted to meet new people and I wanted to make friends. And yeah, I wanted to find someone to date. And if I, developed a relationship in the meantime, that was just a bonus from it. And he tried to convince me that my profile said that I was looking for someone to have a like committed relationship with. And I and some other things. And I'm like, no. I made the mistake and I didn't use the snipping tool to take a screenshot of it. And I had changed my profile, like to, word it differently. It was the same thing, but I, would fix up what I added to it or, wording it differently. But I always stuck to my guns that I just wanted to meet people, make friends. And if I found someone to date and it developed into something more, it was just a bonus. And I wasn't there. Like mentally, I was not attracted to him to like put myself in a position of thinking of being with him in a year. And I'm not okay with the fact that he was trying to say that I said something I didn't. And he was trying to convince me that I was supposed to be with him. And I live with my mom. And here it's like based on income. Paul Rudd, he's wonderful. I think have you ever seen Role Models? He's so awesome in that. I love it. I absolutely love that movie. Um here, the apartments here, they're all based on income, so that determines how much your rent is gonna be. So I don't have like a employed job because I can't have that on something that says, oh, well, she makes, $1,000 a month and then raise the rent
Ooh.
because my mom, is like, well, you can't make over da 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 da, or they're going to raise the rent and I can't afford to pay for it by myself. And so that leaves me in a position that I've got to make enough money to be able to live on my own completely or not work. Because if there's an in between, they'll raise the rent and I'll never have the choice of being able to move out because my mom won't be able to afford her rent. And so I'm like stuck in the middle of that. And he was like, you need to get out on your own. You need, to move out because, he wanted to be alone with me. And I was like, well, there's nothing I can do to make enough money for me to be able to like move out and get my own place. And I'd have to move in and, rent a room or have roommates. And he said something and I said, that um I'm not the type to like, take a man to my bedroom and be alone with someone when I have roommates that are in the next room and, you know, thinking about what's happening in the bedroom or can hear something. And he's like, why? You're an adult. And I'm like, because I'm not that type of person. It bothers. I don't want to hear it. And I don't want someone else to hear it. it I have that thing if I don't like something, I'm not gonna do it to someone else and knowing that I'm doing it, right? So if it makes me uncomfortable to watch someone like all over each other and then they disappear into the bedroom and then you can hear things, that makes me very uncomfortable. So I'm not going to do that around other people. And he did not like that answer. And I'm like, so I texted it. He was like in classes for something to get like a raise for his job. And so I hadn't seen him in like over 2 weeks. And when his little classes were over, because he was taking a test. So when his classes were over and he passed his exam, then I didn't want to mess with his head. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't want him to be studying for an exam and have to pass an exam and make a good grade and me tell him that I don't want to see him anymore because I don't know how that would affect him, mentally and emotionally. So I waited until he did his test and did his exam and everything. And then I told him, he like texted me and he was like, well, now, I can come over and see you on Wednesday. And I'm like, this is all like too overwhelming for me. I'm not comfortable and it's too much. So I don't think that we should see each other anymore. And that just about killed me because that was the first time that I had ever like brushed someone off and told them that, like, thanks, but no thanks. It hurts me to hurt someone else's feelings. I had to, and having my friends, me talking about how grateful I am for my friends. Me having my friends, I thought about the fact that if I went to Crepa or I went to Shiv or I told somebody exactly what I was, feeling, what they would tell me is that, you don't deserve to feel that way if you're not feeling it and you're not into it and he wants more, you know, do what's best for you and tell him that you're overwhelmed and that you can't do it. And he either understands or he doesn't. That's his problem. Yeah. It's a thing, the way that you grow up and mentally you have a hard time telling people, no, I really don't want to. And I think it's because you don't want somebody to think that you don't want to spend time with them or there's something wrong with them. Because a lot of people, I mean, we tend to do that ourselves. I don't know if you do, but you tend to be like, somebody is like, they don't want to come over, they don't want to show up, you know, for dinner or for, a birthday party, whatever it is. And you tend to think, have I done something wrong? What did I do? Or when you try to find somebody that, you want to go somewhere and you want someone to go with you and nobody is wanting to go anywhere. Everybody's like, no, I'm busy, I'm fine. You don't know if they're really honestly telling you the truth or they're saying they're busy so they don't hurt your feelings. Instead of just telling you, no, I don't feel like getting out of the house or going anywhere, being around people. They could just tell me that. That's more understandable. And so I tend to ask, if there's something I did or, if they actually like me. And so I don't like making someone else feel like they ask themselves that question and feel bad. So I will try really hard to word what I say in a certain way so that it's very understandable, very understood that it's not about them. It's about me. Is I know how I am. And if he had just wanted to date me, just have fun, no ties, I was not ready for that. And if he had just slowed the hell down, I would have been fine. And when it comes to socializing, I'm not a drinker. I don't smoke. I don't do drugs, things like that. But I'm okay if other people are doing it. And I don't judge someone for making the choice that they want to do it. But I often feel like I'm judged because I don't. And so I can be around someone, like one on one, knowing that they don't make me feel awkward. But if, there's going to be other people, like, like they're going to go out with their friends, like, hey, Mickey, come with us. I start to get uncomfortable because not everybody is, sensitive to how they say things to people. And I have literally been on Discord. I won't say who it was, but I have literally been on Discord and a voice chat and just been hanging out with people. And I have had the comments, and even though they didn't mean it as being rude, I took it in a way that it hurt my feelings and made me feel like I was the odd man out and judged. But they literally made a comment about me lying about the fact that I had never been high and I had never been drunk. And then the fact that I, hadn't dated, and I'm like, well, I was, I'm, I'm legally still married, and I just, you know, haven't had anything happen to make me want to date. And this was like years ago. So it's so common for people to just like immediately go into like dating and partying and having relationships with the people when they separate in a marriage. They don't have to be divorced. They just, separate and or file for divorce, and boom, it gives them permission to start fooling around with other people and dating and considering themselves single. And I just didn't. I was so scared to, like meeting people and being able to trust them, that I hadn't found anybody that I wanted to have a relationship with and even think about, like, are they going to be around next year? And they, there was a comment like I was lying. Like, like it's impossible for you to go that long without being kissed and loved on. And it is. They just, it was a jerk comment. It was a jerk way of thinking that just because you're like that and that's the way the biggest percentage of people are, it means that's the way everybody is, and it's not. It's very judgmental. So I don't like being in social situations anymore. So, the group of people that I know you from, like when we played games together, we played games. There was no there was like little comments here and there that, would give you an idea of, what someone was like personally. And you got to know each other, genuinely get to know each other by spending time with each other and having something in common. And we all got along so well, and nobody disrespected each other, and nobody made each other feel bad because they hadn't been playing a game, they haven't been playing games long, or they were new here, or they didn't know anybody or whatever. It was just back when we were meeting everybody back in like 2020 and 2021. Everybody was so great and so amazing. And I just, I think I got kind of attached to certain friends. And when they're not around, I'm uncomfortable around the people that I don't know. And like I can have one person that I go to Six Flags with and be happy as can be and be around 5,000 people wandering the park. But what I noticed was that I don't talk to anybody else. I need my one person that I go out with. And that's my conversation and that's my company. But other than saying hi, like being really nice and chatty with the workers, the people that, I order lunch, or, I get on a ride and I'm like, oh, it's so hot today. How you doing? Are you staying cool up? Just something like that. I, I, I tend to try to be really nice to people when they're working and they're doing things for the public, because they don't get people to be nice to them very much. And that's just my personality. I'm social, but I'm not. But when I get to know you and I'm comfortable with you and I consider you my friend, I'm as chatty as I am right now. When I'm comfortable, you know. That's the quirky of my personality. I don't think it's scared to judge others because no one will know what the other person has been through, their choice and circumstances. Exactly. Exactly. And Karappa has been such a huge influence on me and such a huge thing with me. I swear, he has no freaking idea how much he has played a huge part in how I've become like my confidence and how I am around other people and how to treat myself. When he's like, I don't owe them an explanation. And like he would be talking to me and he'd be like, Mickey, you don't owe them a reason why you do anything. Why does it matter the reason behind why you don't do something? You have the reason why you feel the way you do and the choices that you make, and you do not have to justify yourself. And so I took that and started feeling like, you know what? Why am I hanging around these people in voice chat where I have to defend myself and I have to explain myself? And I have a very valid reason why I didn't drink. And I mean, now I've drank a little bit. I've never been drunk. I I drink because, I just want to know what it tastes like. And I want to know, like, the recent drink, and now is my favorite, is, um, I was at someone's house and they had like, liquor around and they had orange juice. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to make a screwdriver. I've heard about it my whole life since I can remember, but I've never had one. And I love orange juice and I love fruity drinks. So I made a screwdriver, which is orange juice, and I think it's not it's not whiskey. What is it? I had it in front of me. So um it, it's my favorite drink now. I'll think of it later. I'm just like I went blank. But the reason why I never like started drinking when I was younger is because I was the designated driver. I was the one that had a license and I was the one that had a car. And so I was the one that ended up driving everybody else. And I had to, you know, not drink, not touch anything in order to be the driver. So it's very adamant. I knew somebody whose dad, like their whole family was in the car going somewhere and someone ran a red light. His dad was instantly killed. He was driving. His mom was banged up and his sister, who was asleep in the back seat of the car, was put in a coma. And she came out of it, but she was messed up, like medically, she had medical problems as, like a preteen. And I've seen her and talked to her, I think once or twice as an adult. So like it did still stay with her as a teenager and an adult. She's, still has medical repercussions from what happened to her. And he, you know, I think he got like a concussion, and his little brother, who was in a car seat, he was untouched. And so it messed up the whole family except for the youngest. He was protected. And I was like, and he was drunk. It was a drunk driver who ran a red light. He was drunk. It was his 21st birthday, and he went out and partied. And he was so drunk that when he got in the car, he, like, the red light, the street lights were, like, oblivious to him. And he ended up going to prison. And I hope his party night was worth it. He went to prison for the rest of his life. And, so it was like this huge mental thing on me. Drinking, for one, drinking, like, destroys lives if, certain things happen from it. And then two, I needed to be the designated driver in order to be able to go out, hang out with my friends, and they were going to drink. And there was no way I could trust going out with someone else, them being the driver and being reliant on them, and they drink and they don't have a thing, you know, keeping them from drinking. So I never really did it. I I was 18. It was New Year's Eve when I was 18. I was fixing to be 19 in February. So I did drink. I didn't get drunk, but I did drink some champagne. And then I had my daughter, and I never had a desire to drink again. And then, she's an adult now, and I don't have a reason to, like, nobody around me has alcohol or drinks, so I don't have it around me. I'd have to get the money and purposely go buy it, which I don't. I have other things I can do. And that's that's why I'm not a drinker. And drugs, I had siblings that did drugs. I'm the youngest, and they're like 7 and 8 years older than me. So I was a little kid when I saw the whole teenage getting drunk and getting high and crashing, stealing the keys to your mom's car and crashing it and getting bailed out of jail and, all of that stuff. It just, like, I'm like, oh, hell no, I ain't bringing that kind of trouble and problems into my life. So I never did it. And the person that, I was in a relationship with and ended up getting married to and everything, they had never done drugs, and they drank, but it was only when they were at home. And then they stopped drinking when, we had our daughter. So he rarely, I mean, you could count on one hand over, like 25 years, how rarely he touched alcohol. And I didn't have to worry about going out with my friends and not knowing who to trust. And then I also, when I was in high school, I had a boyfriend that, like, it's like, I wasn't going to get drunk. I wasn't going to get drunk because I didn't trust him not to take advantage of me if I was drunk enough that he had to, like, put me to bed and, like, help, like, get, like, in other words, if you pass out, if you sit on the couch and you pass out and you're, leaning on the couch, there's a boyfriend that will, kiss your cheek and put a cover over you and, tuck you in and get you comfortable so that you can just have a nice pass out nap. And there's the boyfriend that would start touching you and taking advantage of you because you're not in the mindset that you know what's going on and you can defend yourself. So, or, have that choice, like stop things after you're being kissed. So there was several reasons why I didn't drink and I couldn't get drunk around my friends. And that was the only time I was around alcohol anyway. And I just chose not to do it. How is she? She's good. If you ever see my streaming, my name's streaming and it says Genshin Impact or Star Rail High Honkai Star Rail, that's my daughter. She started streaming on my account, knowing that, people come into my account and say hi. And I know a couple of people that, like anime or play those kind of games. So they come in and they say hi to her. Yeah, you talked to her once when she was streaming. Yeah, she does it on a regular basis now, though. Her computer went out, her laptop, it went, and so she dug out my old laptop out of the computer and just see how it was. And the reason why I had to have a new computer was because it would get hot and it would just shut off on me while I was in the middle of the game. So I told her, well, you can use it, but you can't play games on it. But that will, at least give you something to use. You can watch YouTube, you can chat, things like that. And then, but when it comes to playing games, she uses my computer. And so I'm like, just go ahead and stream it. You'll be doing me a favor. You can stream that and let me take a break and you can play your game. So it's like a win-win for everybody. And then she's gotten to know some people that, I've I've known for a while. And when I say your name, she knows who you are. If you come in and say hi to her and she's like, "Oh yeah, I know them." They came in to say hi. She's playing games. I think the game thing is kind of popular, isn't it? Or is that the other household? I'm setting everybody up so I can go to the main character, the main son that I have. His name is Aiden. I showed you him walking down the street. And so Aiden is the main household that I play. And I'm setting his sister, Zena, her right here. She got old enough to move out and, meet someone and have her own family. So I'm going through all of the cousins and everybody to set them all up so they have like careers and personalities and everything. And then I'll go back to Aiden and then I'll turn the aging on where everybody is aging so that they all, like the little boy will grow up and be a teenager. And then, when they get adults, I'll move them out and, they can have their own place to live. And the game decides if they have a family or whatever. So I want it to keep progressing, but I don't want to lose track of anybody. And there's a trait. Let's see, I can't look at it on her, but there's a trait, um, the family member trait, and if they are related to Papa Dragoste, who is the patriarch, if they're related to him through down through ancestry, then they have the family member trait. And then when they have a kid, it goes to their kid. And then she is in the club. See, she's in Gen 9. This is her brother, her sister, And these are her cousins. And I have to get them opened up right here so they can add more people. Let's see, that's the only one she's in. He's not in a club. Okay, and these are like the kid cousins that I have them in a club so they can like do their homework and stuff.
Oh, yams!
So, yep, I got them all set up. I think he's home now. So speaking of which,
Ooh.
let's add some cousins into your homework. So there's no cousins. There's no cousins. What in the world? Rebecca. Huh. Okay. Well, they're teenagers, so they're in high school. So we'll start a gathering
Umfra? Lova
and
Belfoy.
get them to do their homework
Sabora.
together.
Mustish. Aragaba.
Oh, nobody's here yet.
Gaunim Shersha.
When they show up, there's a option to do homework together. There she is. And so now they'll go into they'll go to the table or somewhere. Hey, he's just gonna sit on the ground and do some work. And there is Orion. Orion is an alien. His mama was abducted by aliens and she come back poked and prodded. Rebecca is too. Rebecca was an alien baby. So Aiden and okay, so it was Aiden and Zena. There was just two of them, and their aunt. Um, let's see, she's in their club. Okay, so their aunt's not there. Let me see. She should have a relationship with her Aunt Marina. Okay, so Aunt Marina did not have any children or get married or anything. She just lived her whole life with her brother, right? Which is Aiden's dad. Aiden is Zena's dad. And so there was just Aiden and Zena was Phoenix. Phoenix, yeah. Okay, so Phoenix right here is her dad. And Hunter is her grandfather. And so they lived in Phoenix's house. Hunter and Phoenix. So they lived in Phoenix's house, so she just stayed there and lived with them. So they take care of Aunt Marina. Zena moved out. Well, Marina gets abducted by aliens, and Phoenix gets abducted by aliens. And in this game, it doesn't matter if you're a male or a female. The aliens can abduct you and impregnate you. So, so Rebecca here, her little baby sister, Rebecca is half alien. And Orion is half alien. And Phoenix got abducted and had Rebecca right before he died. And Aiden has been raising her. And Marina, when I go back into that household, Marina only has like a couple of days left before she meets the Grim Reaper. And I'm not entirely sure if I think she has a couple of days and she's an adult and I can move her out. but I'm not entirely sure if she has a couple of days or like a week,
Van Tarble, Fimpy.
and I'm not positive if she's going to die before Orion is an adult, or she's gonna die while he's a teenager.
Rev Sieg.
But, Aiden's been given, the blessing of being the oldest child and raising the ones that are still in school and under adult age when the parents pass away. So that's their family story. Let's see, I'll show you. This is hilarious if you look at this. Okay. So this is their family. This is and this is just Hunter, right? Christopher. Christopher, okay, let's see. Let's go back to Everett. Okay, so Christopher's Everett's child, right? And his mom was Tracy. But Hallie, let's see, yeah. Okay, so anyway, Hallie was a werewolf. So she got the werewolf trait. And who's the werewolf? Okay, so anyway, so I think that's why his name is a he. Oh, okay. So it's Tracy was a werewolf, right? And then Hallie was born, she was a werewolf, but Christopher wasn't. But I'm not sure if he got with somebody that was a werewolf. No, Hunter's mom was an alien. So Hunter was an abduction baby. and and like Luna, is Hunter's sister, right? And Luna's mom was River, but Hunter was an alien. So then we got Luna had Ayla. Ayla was a werewolf herself, got with a werewolf, and had Abby. So yeah, Ayla and Evangeline. Okay, they had Abby. Evangeline was a werewolf. Yeah, death by sunlight. She was a vampire. So Abby, Abby turned into a werewolf vampire hybrid. I have almost killed her twice. I forget she can't go places when she goes out in the heat in the sunlight. I almost kill her. Okay, so Abby got with Akira, who's a werewolf, and had Manuel. And that's like you came in right when I started switching households. Okay, so let's go here. No, let's go here and here. Okay, so where we're at right now is Zena. Okay, so Zena is an alien baby. And Zena's dad was Felix or Felix Phoenix. I gave him werewolf names too. Okay, Marina was reincarnated. So Marina, okay. Marina is actually Hunter's mom. Luna's mom? Oh my god, I'm like confused by my own family tree. Where is River? There's Luna. There she is. Okay, so this this game actually has reincarnation in it. So I got her where she is like, you know, had all of her like hopes and dreams and life wishes done, and she had a will, and turned her into Marina. Let's see. So River was actually Marina. And now Marina can be reincarnated. She can be reborn. So what we're gonna do is let's go here. When Rebecca gets old enough to move out and have kids, we're going to reborn Marina because they have water names. River, Marina. What else is perfect but Brooke? And I can have her like I was gonna start an alphabet legacy because they're 10 generations. So because it's Aiden and Brooke can be a B, so I can give Brooke to Aiden since he's actually the one related to her. And then make her my next heir that I play in the household and make her like a water baby. But look at this. This is so cool. I love my family tree. That is my family tree. This is Papa. Look at all the kids he had. They got electrocuted and something else, like died from. So they died from embarrassment. Okay, she died from electrocution before she graduated high school, and she died of embarrassment before I could get her married and move out. So this end of the family tree is like gone. It wilted. So we have these two right here. We have Liv and Travis. And the family that I'm playing right now, they're ancestors of Travis and Sydney. Sydney is the grandfather this all goes to. And then you go up and then you go over to Liv. Then she just has, look, she only has like 4. So we got 2 on um Gen Gen 9, Gen 8. Yeah, Gen 8. We have 3 on Gen 8 and 2 on Gen 9. So they gotta grows up and have some
Hey,
kids.
Bo.
He's actually
Huh?
Gen 9.
From Karo Musti.
So he goes in
Ginad Fanusa.
this club, but it's full because they haven't opened the spots up yet, so I can't just, add people yet. So I gotta go play Aiden and get the thing unlocked. Then I can add the other cousins.
Lenarg.
Yep,
Tribix.
just my
Haberry.
family, my Dragoste family. And I don't change their name. They get married and, you know, the it's a female instead of her changing her name. The male, the husband gets the name. So they're all Dragos. So I can keep up with them.
Oh.
I would so confuse myself if I had to change names and stuff. I just keep up with all of them so that I don't double their names. See, his name is Adam. His name was Aden. Adan, and it was too close to Aiden. So I put an M and named him Adam. Because when I, just like dump them off in a house somewhere else, the game takes over. So if they have a kid, the game names them. I don't name them. So. And then one of the other cousins had twins, and their names were Tommy and Valeria. It sounds too much like malaria, so I don't like that name. But I changed the A to an E and named her Valerie. And we already have a Tommy. He was married into the family, actually. So we already have a Tommy Dragoste. So I changed his name from Tommy to Donnie. Because I have them all written down on a list. I'm making up storylines. She's a little cute cat. Let's have the boy go play with the kitty. Oh, Lord have mercy, he's gonna die. Okay. Hey, that's not your bed.
Hobiro? So. Sure. Aspa.
We have other instances. They could have a living maid. They have a kid room over here. Yeah, I take it that's where she went to sleep. They autonomously divorced my Sims. It's actually quite crazy.
Mabish Bossamo.
Let's put this up so it doesn't spoil away.
Yibsy. Ah. Oh, Rizap.
He did love the kitty.
Thinky Noof. Umpatash Arfanaya. Uba Dubrig. Growes Fredishay. Jibs.
There's no hug. You can't hug.
Vinva, Urabao, Floof Gotha. Uba Dubrig.
Oh, my toe hurts. My toe is throbbing.
Gentle Delish Breshna.
Hi, O'Brien. Make yourself at home.
Fribs Kubaro. Chapal. Yappy Yakaboo.
Don't mind me.
Jiffa Kalul Yal Mazura.
Or my cat.
Wave. Waxwin. Arpanoosh.
I think I saw him, but oh, he must have cleaned it up. Okay, well, you just ate. Why are you hungry, Spark?
Oh, Kankuya.
Okay, I'm gonna check him. See how long he has to live. 31 days. That's not bad.
Sedna. Oh.
What is Orion doing? Oh, he's dancing. I was like, what in the world? That was starting to freak me out. Okay, so one of the things that I'm noticing is like they have a business and their needs drain really bad. Like it's hard to keep up with them bad. I'm gonna follow the kitty around.
Zaffala Pleva. Huh?
You can follow the kitty around the house. He's so this pumpkin. The last time I played their house, I adopted him. He's so freaking cute. Billy Jane. Oh crap! Billy Jane is a vampire. That's scary looking. Do you want to know what happens when you like say hi to a vampire and then they can come in your house if you invite them in? Watch this.
Exlanoy Zots?
Yibs.
Wasusa.
Is he a vampire or a werewolf?
Huh?
Oh, crap! No way! Love it. I have not had that done in like a long time.
So.
He put a spell on him. Oh, he's turning into a werewolf now. See, he's a werewolf vampire hybrid, like Abby. Oh, seriously? Okay, fine. Be a pizza lover. Creativity, music. Okay, you're ruining my moment. Oh, watch this, Panda. The play fairy, Tooth Fairy. Do you remember when I used to call you Tooth Fairy? What? Oh no, that's a glitch. That is a freaking glitch. She's scared. Try to talk to him. No, where is he at? Wait. Why can't I can't click on the werewolf? He's invisible. Oh crap! What is a glitch? Oh, I love catching stuff like that. Oh my gosh! What is he doing? Oh, okay. So if he wasn't invisible, he would be like running like a dog. They go feral running. He's scaring her out of the house. He's making everybody run away. Okay, I need to give Adam a makeover. Now you know why I love Sims. Oh my goodness. Modifying cast. we need to he has a bald spot. He just turned into a teenager. Oh my goodness. Uh, we need to give him a makeover. That is funny. Brianna, you missed it. Somebody was standing at the door. He had like this look about his face and it looked like his eyes were glowing. And I'm like, oh crap, he's a vampire. I was thinking he might be a werewolf because he had a red glow on him, but No, he had that look like he was a vampire, and vampires are the ones that come to your door and stand at your door and wait for you to invite them in. So I'm like, let's see what happens if we invite him in. He
Batista
went
Wallake.
straight over into the other room and put a hallucination spell on her cousin and bit his neck. And then he went back into the room where she was, and he started turning into a werewolf, and he started running around the house scaring everybody. Then he was also, when he turned completely into a werewolf, he was running around like a rabid dog. Okay, we are going to be a musician. Does that have, no, it's a fanny, like a fanny pack. I thought it was a wine bottle there for a second. There is a top that has like a guitar. There's the Sims 25th anniversary jacket. Cool. Oh, look, there's another one. So they give us updates, and when they did, they give us Sims stuff. Okay, we're just gonna actually just make him like really cool.
So.
Yeah. Okay. So let's give him some shoes. Let's give him some green shoes. I'm gonna find some lime green shoes. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay, let's do something about that hair. I want him to be like a rock star. Man, t-shirts. Mm, there is definitely a shirt that I have in mind, but I don't know if it's the picture. Look at that, so cute! I love it. Okay then, what is this? I don't like how tiny his waist is, and because I didn't put in task edit mode before I went in, I can't like make his waist bigger. Okay. There we go. Um, let's see. Fine to charm.
Ooh. Hmm. Oh.
Wow. Naza. So I like
Ah.
this one, but they're gonna give him earrings, and I gotta go
Ooh.
change it.
Ha.
Because
Noosh,
I do
noosh.
not like these. Ew, I used to know somebody that had those in his ears. I was like, oh, they're cringing. It looks painful. Because I don't want it to
Oh.
sound like I'm like being judgmental when I said it's cringing. Yeah. It looks
Ah.
painful. So to me, I just I
Oh.
see it and I'm like, oh my God, does that hurt?
Hmm.
Why did they do that to themselves? How did they do that? Is it literally you put the little round thing, you make a hole, like you're piercing your ear, and you put the little round thing in your ear, and it makes the opening wider and wider and wider. Okay, well, I want him to be a rocker.
Oh.
So, is there a?
Hmm. Ryuna.
He looks so
Abenoi.
freaking skinny. I don't like it. He needs some meat on his bones.
Ooh. Bench wee. Yabba. Oh.
Oh, he's a pizza lover.
Abenoi.
Yeah, let's give him some pizza underwear.
Oh. Oh.
He does.
Tonkuku.
He has chicken
Wait,
legs.
Bo.
Oh my goodness. I mean, do you see that? Ah, it looks like it hurts. I do not like it. He does look really good in
So.
that, though. I do like that outfit on him. It fits him. Um, he likes pizza. They
Hmm.
give him some gnome swimsuit. Uh,
Oh.
this is summer outfit.
Ah.
I mean, that looks like a
Motorbike
rocker
Polino.
outfit, right? That looks like something like John Bon Jovi would have worn when he was at his height.
Aha.
Okay, winter out.
Ooh. Ha ha. Noosh noosh.
I have to bring him back in and do the cast edit thing and make his waist bigger because that is disturbing me. Hey, you know what? Let's see, here when I was looking for a shirt, but I can't like divide
Oh.
it. I need a pizza shirt. Food. Food. If he was a foodie, I'd put him in that. Yeah, I want him. There definitely is a shirt that would fit his personality.
Oh,
Okay, so let's go give his room a makeover. Because there is a bed with a guitar on it and like some rock posters and stuff. Oh, I know what I can do. You know, when I showed you the family tree and I said there was a river and then her son's name is Phoenix. I did that on purpose. You know, River Phoenix. I did that on purpose. I thought it was cute. But I'm also a dork. Just it's kind of like having a sim that's a musician and a stoner, and his name's Willie, and he is a kid, and I name him Nelson. I should do that though. That would be funny. I really should do that. I could think of some, if I think of some celebrities that I really like, and they have a first name, they have a last name that could also be a last name, then I can name their kid. So I could have a William, call him Willie, and has a kid and name him Nelson. That would be funny. And then who else? Uh, I like the name McKenna. Do we have a celebrity with the last name McKenna? We want to go upstairs. We want to make over his room. Or give him the other room. Let's see. Which one's better? Oh, that's the parents' room. You know what? We don't need. Oh, I think he's at his room. Okay. Yeah, let's just change his room. Does he have a computer on his desk? No, doesn't need that either. Okay, let's get in my bed. There is a bed with a guitar. Let's try this. It's right here. This one. There is objects. Curtains. There is. Okay, let's change the wallpaper to blue. Does that fit on them? Let's change the lights. We need end tables. That headboard is gonna be hard to match. We also have this. Okay, let's do this. Hey, there's a dresser I saw. That would match. I did this and I hide the headboard. I could put, yeah, yeah. Can I put something right there? If I do that, though, he can't get past. Oh, how did they do that? I know what I'm gonna do. I know what I'm gonna do. I know what I'm gonna do. Ah, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a laugh. Okay, so watch this. I'm learning building tricks. Okay. Uh, Denmark. Art. They keep telling me to. Man. Okay, so I think what I do is okay, let's try this. Do a half wall, right? Okay, then I can stick I can stairs right here. They disappeared. I don't like these lines that they have on these things now. It's bothersome. What if I do this? I'm gonna take that off. It's too freaking big. Raise this whole freaking thing. Hmm. I'm trying to figure out. Hmm. Need a little small square, but I need something. Oh, I know what I can do. I know it. I know what I. No, 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 no. That's not. Is that my computer flipping on and off? No, it's my tablet. Okay, let's go to decorations, paintings. Hmm, maybe this. Okay, I'm just gonna take the bed, put it right there, and I'm just gonna delete this part. I can't even see. God, it's infuriating. I don't know how builders do this. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's get him a bed. We'll get an actual bunk bed. That one. This one's made out of the same metal. There it is. Okay. Let's see how you can take this one out. Okay. I was gonna make like a loft bed because I've been watching a lot of like little videos showing you how to make your own thing. And yeah, it didn't want to work for me. Okay. There is all of this stuff. Let's put it on his wall, not theirs. What is that? To have like an amplifier? Ooh. Maybe this. And put this over here. Oops. That's not what I was trying to pick up. Hmm. Oh, we can put that under his bed. Cool? Is that cool? Not any trees. What if we put this like all the way across the wall? But I do like that there. Does that look cool? I like the record player. The boombox. Do they have this in orange? That's cool. Okay, so there is a rug that I want to find that would like make this look like finish this off. It would make it look amazing. Okay, let's go into decorations, rugs, and look up orange. It is orange and blue. There it is. Hmm, it is kind of the wrong color blue, isn't it? Okay. Um, oh, it's oh, there's a toy right there. There we go. Hmm. There are posters. Oh, I had on orange. That's what happened. Um, mm, Okay. Tongue is throbbing. I'm gonna go. I am done decorating his room. Let's assign his bed to him so he knows where to sleep. Where's his room? I love this room. Okay. Assign bed to Adam. Oh, don't get 12s.
Quick, Snarfa.
A root to bow.
Ooh.
Sua, with nay. Noosh. Sabino yap yam. Kimus.
Wissa, Dib?
Gibbs.
Ah, Bombatoy. Kashibi, Nyafloof. Wait, Bo. Tonkupu. Yerbik. Zersa Anar Bambufa. Panadiola Shulip. Oh.
Okay, invite your cousins to come to copy your room.
Oopla. Chirut.
Okay, I am done I don't know if you're still there. That I've been streaming for quite a while. I had things I wanted to do today. Is that Billy Jean?
Ah,
He's still
thieves!
in the house?
Ulak.
Argla, Narglay.
Watu, Tantalai. Huh? Oh.
He's gonna go back to bed. Okay. Well, did you do your homework though? You didn't do your homework because the werewolf came in. Wake up and do your homework.
Pinner Furil. Office bar.
Binarp Shelsh? Gungane. Aha. Fipola. Huh? Yee.
It's storming outside, so she's gonna go hide in the corner. Did you do all your homework, Karen? Yeah, you did. Good. Mm. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go. I want him to be like a music producer or something. He can like make music or something. That would be good. This needs to be his parents' room. But he could also make it his room. Like, when he's an adult and clean it out and like put all of that rocker stuff that I had upstairs, I have upstairs. Put that down here except for, the bed. His bed, double bed. And then put a doorway here, and then we can go in here and dance and listen to music and stuff.
Tilly Rube.
Make this would be a lot bigger, shaped differently than his room upstairs. But he could also have his room upstairs, like have all of his guitars and everything, and then here he can have his like music table and a DJ booth stuff, and just like be heavily into music. That would be good. Okay,
Hey.
I am going to go. That is, let's just save it first though. I don't like they get stuck when it's going in the manage world. There's nothing I can do, but I need to save it before I do that. I need to look and see if my phone.
Epso. Sambo.
Got any messages?
Epso. Abasa.
Okay, I am gonna go. I need to eat, and I have some things I wanted to do. Mm, if there's a new stream, my daughter wants to play Genshin, so that might be when I like take a break from everything. Okay, see ya in a bit. I'll see you later. I'll come back with Aiden. I like streaming again. Have a great day.